Words to the Outerward story room. Yeah, that. It is the year 120 in the Absolute Realm in the Fortress of Longdeath. Time continues to pass by. Sounds... Do work procedures violently. Yes. Sounds like game development. All right, so this is the Fortress of Longdeath. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. We're currently on the year 120. We started in the year 105, which means this fortress is 115 years old. That is all. Currently, the fortress is a bunch of like partially finished projects. We have beehives up here at the top. As we scroll down, over on the right now, we actually have windmills. We have a windmill farm. Might build more windmill farms. They are powering a bunch of mills down at the bottom. Bedrooms around the outside, crafting and forges in the bottom right. Tavern kind of in the middle area. We got our trading in the middle. Underneath that is the garbage pile and of stuff that needs to be sold, and then all of our bars of metal down at the bottom. We have our terracotta army down here, which I need to add to. And down here is the maze, the nice cute little maze. Beneath that is our mushroom farms and big open areas that we've dug out, and our coin bank. And if I go all the way down here, the cavern lair, which has a very scary forgotten beast in it. As far as dwarves that are in the fortress, the current living dwarves are as follows. Petra, Eternal, Apostle, Jack Nurick, who's in prison, Gate Nerd, Aegis, Scrumpet, Slipple, Vuzel, Trash Battery, Zapdos, Swoos, Gimper II, Pedinsky II, Selowick, Chimp, Kibbs, Trumpet Dog, Zolaro, Smash T, Danny, Novi, Narvicious, Sethados, Omnivore, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Ara, Picture Point, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Focal Fury, Vinsati, Metsus Graven, Norstat, Axon, Anander, Pablo, Dragaman, Sui, Wave Thrash, Heart, Cryo, Brander Buddy, Sparkly, Lord Floof, Hot Cup of Tea, Cheers Jamie, Polking, Beelug, and Patolus. Plan for today is, I think, break time. We need to give these dwarves a break. We've got a couple pretty stressed out dwarves. So I think what I might actually do, once all of this clothing is done, is do another one of those cancel all the jobs for like a season and just let the dwarves live for a little bit. Oh, good news, everyone. We now officially have a breeding pair of and all your previous dwarves combined. Petra's doing a real good job. A very good job. The good news is we actually have a breeding pair of unicorns. We have a male and female unicorn. Hey, Snowcone, what's up? I mean, I would assume times 10. Yeah, it only took us 100 years, but we now have a breeding pair of unicorns. In a map with no good biomes, I think. I'm pretty sure there's no good biomes on this map, so I don't know where they got unicorns, but... Nah. Yeah, and also in the basement we have 3 Ettins, 2 boys and a lady. So get busy, boys. Apparently their breeding cycles are from our estimations, probably as long as elephants. So they've been down there for about a year. So hopefully give it another like 6 months and we'll maybe get some babies. Unicorn jerky, unicorn horn crafts, unicorn leather. It'll be grand. And I can't wait. Because they're large creatures and elephants are large creatures. So they probably have similar code bases, according to the wiki. Petra turns out to be a vampire. Petra was born in this fortress, so I doubt that. What are they filled with? Clothing. Various old clothes. And food and crafts, and like this one's full of scepters. Dwarf must really like scepters. Also their cabinets and chests are full of stuff too. Like this cabinet is filled with all of this old clothing. When a dwarf dies, all of the clothing that they've hoarded over the span of their entire life gets emptied out, and it's kind of funny because it takes them like a whole season to empty it all out. Which is kind of amazing. So there's that. Man, this dwarf's gonna be hard to fix. Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. But yeah, mostly clothes. If one becomes available. Well, in order to get a named dwarf, Jack Nerf was found dead for committing another crime. In order to get a dwarf, you have to be first come, first serve when a new dwarf becomes available. I don't take requests and waiting lists, so you gotta watch if you want a dwarf. I'm not just going to give you a dwarf because you say that you would like a dwarf, because there's many people that would like dwarves. And as you said yourself yesterday, you haven't been around as much, so. Someone got executed? Yeah, he committed multiple crimes. Yeah, looks like Petra beat the shit out of him. Is my dwarf still alive? I don't recall reading the name. I don't think so. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. No. You're still alive. There you are. Yep, you're still around. 98 years old. Born on the 16th of Slate in the year 22. You arrived here on the 2nd of Melekite in the year 107. Yep, you're still around. You're a legendary spear dwarf, shield user, observer, fighter, wrestler, biter, striker, grandmaster, kicker. No, all the stuff in the dwarves' bedrooms do belong to the dwarves, yeah. And then their bedrooms get emptied out. Like, Jack Nurik just died, right? So Jack Nurik's bedroom is going to get emptied out, so it'll be pretty easy to spot which one is Jack Nurik's bedroom, because all the dwarves will be going in and pulling stuff out of it. Yeah, this one was Jack Nurik's, right here. Because they're now emptying it out. But yeah, if you want a dwarf easily, tune in on Saturdays. Safe. Because on Saturdays, I do day forts, where they're just one-shot forts, so I only play it for the one day. Those days, it's much easier to get a dwarf. He survived some shit. Most of the dwarves that are, like, super accomplished fighters in this fort didn't really survive much shit, but definitely fought with a lot of birds. Not really, no. Not really. I mean, it's different playing in this fort. But I don't know, I just kind of I've been enjoying the soap opera of like the little dwarves family interactions. And I kind of get that stuff out of other forts. I mean, no dwarves have really died in a freak accident since stone fell down the staircase, and that was like 40 years ago. Freak accidents only happen if you don't really know what you're doing. And we do kind of have the threat of invasions because I've had like forgotten beasts come up through the basement. Like we fought a forgotten beast in the living room basically in this fort. That thing was kind of scary, but we won. How much cloth do I have? I have to have more cloth than the game's telling me that I do. $10 pigtail, 6 rope breed. I got plenty of cloth. Let's turn off bins for that stockpile. I think that's part of the problem. Why not iron bins? I have bajillions of iron. And they don't really carry them around. What, would you suggest I make them out of lead? I've made zinc bins, iron bins, tin bins, copper bins, bronze bins. I have so much fucking metal, it's ridiculous. I have plenty of wooden bins too. I wanted to keep my metal crafters and metalsmiths busy for a bit. And your point is what? Like, wood is essentially unlimited, sure. That is like 1/10 of my iron. Last I checked, I have like 5,000 unsmelted iron ore. So I could make like 100 iron bins a year from here until the end of the fort and probably still have iron left. And it's not like I'm starving for materials for weapons. My soldiers are all decked out with iron armor and steel weapons, so like, or silver warhammers and steel spears and dwarfs has started. Yes, and you haven't missed anything. Although Jack Nurk died. Was beaten to death for crimes committed. Also, don't be worried. That's an eagle, not an elf. That sucks. Especially in the again thing. No, most of the stuff I do in this fortress isn't because it's practical or because it's optimal. The stuff I do in this fortress is literally just to keep my dwarves busy. Like, that is the biggest problem I've been running to in this fort, is keeping my dwarves busy. If you have no internet, how the heck are you watching? Serious question. How the heck are you watching? $4G? Oh, good lord. Turns out the problem was they were fighting over them in bins. Gotta love it. That's insane. I hope that you have a lot of phone data. Over here, we don't really have much phone data allowance for that sort of stuff, so. I realize I just put that job twice in one of those shops, but that's fine. That is super cheap in India? Gotcha. What part of India are you in? I know you said IT capital of India, but... what's that part of the world like right now? Out of curiosity. I mean, yeah, you can. You can, I can tether my phone to my computer, I just don't have reason to. Bangalore? Gotcha. Everyone's waiting for the vaccine. Gotcha. Yeah, I kind of like to get little tidbits on what different parts of the world are like from people who watch the stream. Because, like, it's always, like, in flux. Picture Point, what up, dude? What's the current project? Keep the few dwarves that have gone oddly insane recently from going completely insane. But if you're talking wider with this whole fortress, keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. But it's slower than LTE. That doesn't make logical sense, Von Roland. Like, I have data, and my data's fine. How's your drama, Dwarf? Hot cup of tea is totally fine. You're pondering excision. You've been pondering various medical practices for years. Your last name is still Syrup Lungs, which amuses me, which to me sounds like something you'd get from like vaping too much shitty vape liquid. 94 years old, born on the 10th of Slate. Your wife is still Suey. You have 4 children who are Apostle, Trumpet Dog, Lord Floof, and Picture Point. Lord Floof actually has many pet sheep and recently wrote a book. So there's that. Also, you've killed 2 Kias, 2 Buzzards, and a Grey Langer. You have a few really good friends, actually. Most of which are dead. Your apprentice is Gate Nerd. You don't worship any gods. You just ponder excision and write books occasionally. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah. They've given us a lot of interesting, weird, material things. The cat coughed up a hairball behind me while I was in a conference call for work. Wait, like, were they all able to see the cat coughing up the call? It's not gonna lie, that's kind of great. That is kind of great. I need more rope reeds planted. More than I need these strawberry plants planted. It also doesn't help that I've made these mills. Which is like making tons of flour, which is nice, but... Moist Dwarflets sounds like a type of chewing gum. I just bought a pack of Moist Dwarflets. I think moist dwarves are great. They really like standing next to waterfalls, so. So, someone I used to talk with relatively frequently over Discord and Ventrilo and other services like that had this automated, oh no, not Zaloro, had this automated litter box thing that once a day at around the same time, if the cat had used it more than X number of times, it would self-clean itself. This was at noon. And so we were all sitting there and just like talking to friends on Ventrilo, and we suddenly hear and it sounded like a fucking like dot matrix printer going haywire. Have you tried masterpiecing everything to get dwarves to do stuff? Do you really think that I want to do that much kind of micromanaging? Most of the stuff in the fortress is fucking masterpiece anyway. or masterwork. I'm not gonna like go around and like try and masterwork everything in the entire fort. That sounds like a waste of time. Yeah, it sounded like a fucking fax machine, but it was definitely his litter box. What happened around the same time of day every day. So like I wouldn't want to have something like that while doing conference calls for work. It sounded like a dot matrix printer. But yeah, no, Urberger, there's one thing that you'll learn real quick about me as you watch my streams. I don't give a shit about micromanaging stuff like that. I will never, ever, ever care to bother doing full sets of masterpiece quality anything in Dwarf Fortress because I can't be asked. Cannot be asked. Yes, I'm highly invested in, nah, it's fine. I mean, like, the vast majority of the clothing that gets made in this fort is all masterwork quality anyway, because all of my clothers become legendary eventually, and the dwarves will just go take off the lower quality clothing and put on higher quality clothing, so it doesn't really matter anyway. I wonder what they're singing. The Poet of Phrases is a form of music originating in the Confederacy of Sport. Once again, we're singing human songs. I think that's really cool. The humans that send the Royal Treasurer over every year. I've rubbed off on us enough to the point where my dwarves sing human songs. I mean, thongs aren't even naturally producible by dwarves. Got tons of leather I'm not using. I mean, why is that a cry thing? What's wrong with Council of Men songs? Are their songs bad or something? No, I mean, it's because the, actually I can tell you why, Stone. It's because the royal treasurer that comes by every year is from the Confederacy of Sport, not the Council of Men. We don't actually get a royal treasurer from the Council of Men every year. We do, however, get the Confederacy of Sport. Yeah, I'll bet. Whereas... yeah. The Realms of Stone have no important leaders. They do have the Quinur Urot person. But that's not quite the same thing. They'd need to send diplomats or something for us to end up with those sorts of people. Although it is interesting that a faction with no kind of leadership would be able to bring us so much stuff. You don't trade with Longdeath when asked. I mean, they don't actually. Technically. No, they do. Nulan Abo and Buste Jismak are the two that I get caravans from. I mean, even like most democracy systems have like a named or appointed leaders for various roles. But those 3 civs can't produce necromancers? No, because you just need somebody who's obsessed with extending their own life. They don't need to worship a god of death to be a necromancer. They just need to, like, dream of ruling the world or have, like, the inclination towards extending their own life by any means necessary to become a necromancer. They don't need to necessarily be worshippers of gods of death in order to res people. I've certainly had necromancer doctors. Picture point. It's actually like not a bad thing to have a couple of necromancers around. See, here they are. Pesser Ol, which is the Confederacy of Sport. Yeah, who's the Abet Sherebedur, this person. This person shows up every year carrying a tetrahedrite innie, which is a mid-sized cylindrical boar bone wind instrument. Brings that every year. And, you know, comes and speaks with my mayor, does the trade agreements, and then goes and hangs out in the tavern for 6 months and just plays music. And that's how we maintain this musical, this is how we've earned this musical knowledge from this human faction. Yeah, I mean, he's here to, like, do a little bit of paperwork, and then he just drinks the free booze. Seems like a pretty chill existence, picture point. Not gonna lie, like, could certainly do worse. Also, picture point, check this out. I don't know if you were here for this, but I have 3. Actually, these 2 tracks need to go out of this playlist. Okay, so what I really need to do is I really need to, like, actually have, like, a preset playlist instead of rebuilding it every day and then pulling out the tracks I don't like. We'll get there. I have 3 Ettins. I have Ettin breeders. There's actually a Minotaur in it now. Well, I mean, there's a Minotaur in a cage in it. There. We actually have a Minotaur. Named Days Engolkopet Larthrolonic. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they're breeding. Currently, if they will breed is unknown. They haven't yet. Fingers crossed. Hoping for old baby Ettins. Abet, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Obligatory Seth joke. Here, there is much to share. We've updated your maps. Interesting, the humans have information for me? That doesn't happen very often. Usually they just say the world is the same as ever. I wonder if they're at war with themselves again. That happens a lot. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to go offer you for your craft dwarf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. They want spears. Crystal glass tools. Yeah, that's not happening. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. You expected them to be born adults? Baby Ettins are possible, yes. Same with baby giants. As to whether or not I can make those, we'll find out. That remains big question mark. Baby dragons are possible. Baby dragons, baby hydras. The problem with dragons, though, is they take like 1,000 years to actually mature. I had a female dragon in my fort once, and it kept laying eggs. And so I would, like, we were eating, like, dragon egg roasts. Yes, but baby kobolds are indeed possible. Kobolds do breed, but I don't know how you would get multiple kobolds in your fort to the point where they could breed. This is probably mostly stuff from the dwarf that just died. All of this crappy clothing. That's a lot of gloves and mittens. Holy shit. I don't think you could eat kobold egg stuff. I mean, maybe you can. I don't believe I've ever seen kobold eggs in a dwarven fortress. And the other humans have arrived to trade, but they don't send interesting traders. Or rather, they don't send a diplomat, they just send the caravan. And Slipple has been re-elected. They don't actually ever lay eggs. Kobolds don't ever actually lay eggs. I'm assuming they'd have to if you're playing as kobolds. I know that that's possible. Or it's possible to play as kobolds. God, if we get baby Ettins, I'm gonna freak out a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I kind of don't believe it's gonna happen. Triplet and dude, if we had Ettin triplets, like, again, I would freak out more than that 7 that I found in Minesweeper the other day. Am I feeding them? You don't need to feed them. They don't eat. I guess technically they're eating vermin that spawn in, but yeah, no, they don't eat. You'd like to practice a martial art. You can join the Eternal Guard. I need 2 more dwarves in the Eternal Guard that are mentally stable. Trumpet, you want abstract thinking, eh? You can go be a scholar. You want to practice a craft? Can I put you on leatherworking? How's B-Lug doing? B-Lug just doesn't feel anything anymore. Like, at all. He's just a little bored. He was very interested near a fine door hatch. 147 years old and one of the first of his kind. What year did you arrive here? Arrived here in the year 41. Damn. Generally, stuff for Dwarf Fortress is just read about on the wiki. You'd assume that they'd need nest boxes, but kobolds? I'm just gonna throw this out here. I think you're thinking harder about this than I ever have. The fact that you made it to the point where I'd assume they'd need nest boxes is like way further than I've ever thought about this. Like, being completely honest, I've never really thought about like what it would take to breed kobolds. One of the weirder things I've seen happen though is I've had goblins siege for so long on the surface of other forts that they eventually what's the word I'm looking for here? That they sieged for so long that they started having children. I've had that happen before. I remember there was one time I had a siege up on the surface, and it was a whole bunch of ogres with goblins. And they sieged for so long that the ogres and ogresses all started having baby ogres. It's disgusting. I mean, sieging is boring. Gotta do something. Are you suggesting that two goblins loving each other very much is disgusting? I know I'm not alone in the I really hope that animal people get more developed in the future. Why do half of the musical instrument parts just sound like smoking apparatus? Procedurally generated ethics instead of copy-pasting kobolds. I mean, I would like to see okay, I get super happy whenever I see like that like the Dayfort's world, right? Where it's just like, where's our peach-faced lovebird empires? I mean, not even just that. I'd like to see like animal people integrated into society more. Like, it would be really cool to just like have a dwarven faction that's like 60-40, 60% dwarves, 40% hamster people. You know? Like, I think that would just be a lot of fun to see. But it's just, it's not something that you see because it's not how the game works. Also, this kind of goes without saying, thank you very much for the follows today. There's been a couple of follows offline, or not offline, but going off in the background, and I don't have a notification for them, but I do see them, so thank you. And thank you very much to everybody who's got here early today. We kind of had, stream kind of picked up right away today, whereas like yesterday it was real quiet for the first little bit, so thank you for that, chat. Thanks for, you know, tuning in and watching. I once had a plump helmet person join my fortress as part of a elven performance troupe. And shortly after joining my fortress, got crushed and died. And I was very sad. Like the combat description was literally just collides with Dwarf, takes full force of the impact, and the injured part is crushed, and it just died. Basically, like, from what I can tell, is it got stepped on by a Dwarf. And because, like, mushrooms are pretty delicate, right? It basically just, like, got smashed and just died. The last time I saw plump helmet people, there was like a whole family of them down in the taverns caverns. There's a whole family of them down in the caverns, and a forgotten beast just like breathed on them and they just fell apart. And I was like, aw. I think Dwarf Fortress is in dire need of more sentient plants, and I think that my opinion there is kind of biased based on the fact that I've played too much Caves of Cud, but I think most games could use more sentient plants. I'm just gonna do year-round rope reads here. Year-round rope reads. How do any plants reproduce? Matsanovi. Just like that. Just like any other plant would. You need a lot of beehives. Making leather shoes. You're rendering fat. In Pursuit of Scraping. There's a new book that they're reading. Get rid of that, get rid of that, and get rid of that, because those are all jobs that are just canceling in the background. Ant people civilizations? Ooh. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. It's like the total annihilation thing where you have like the commander unit. Yeah, that is kind of neat actually as an idea. I wonder how that would work in gameplay. decent meals. What do you prefer to consume? Squid and maize beer. Well, we certainly have maize beer. Squid, though, that's difficult. We'd have to buy that off the humans, and they haven't brought us squid ever. They've brought us mako shark and whale meat. Leopard, seal, men, cult of balance. What? Why would they have the cult of balance? Yeah, this dwarf is the one that's like kind of tough to deal with. Because anger is a big problem. Feels isolated after being unable to find somebody in charge to yell at. I feel like there's like a bit of lore or something that I'm missing in regards to this, Urgaber. Also, I don't think I'm going to do a night stream tonight. As much as I would like to, I think tonight's very much just going to be a streamer goes to bed early night because I'm sleepy. All right, this is it. I can't have these butcher shops up here. Seemed like a nice idea at the time. It's not working. Is it? Okay. That's way too long ago for me to remember. I haven't watched Steel Clutches since it was ongoing. You might end up asleep early. Yeah. I'm gonna go change into a t-shirt. I'm way too warm. I'll be back in a sec. But thanks for the heads up, regardless. That's gonna be a lot of hauling. I often feel like, oh, I'm gonna need this long sleeve shirt today because it's cold in here. And sometimes I wake up and feel that way. It's not the case. What's pop count settings? 48, or rather 49 possible migrants, 51 with children. There we go. And we can begin getting rid of these bones. It's gonna take us a while to actually deal with all that stuff. It's funny, I did a public release of the save file of this game, of this playthrough a little while ago. And a lot of people were just like, man, how do you keep the population down? Like, you might want to set your population cap to 50 if you're going to play this fort, because otherwise it'll just fall apart immediately. You'll just immediately, like, boost up to 200 dwarves. Fort's pretty good, Pack. We had 1 death at the start of the fort, which kind of sucked, but that actually might have happened at the end of last fort, or the end of yesterday. We only just discovered the body today. You are probably talking about Sathados and Arch Crystal, where he had like things encrusted with gems, 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 encrusted with encrusted with gems, encrusted with gems, encrusted, yes, with gems, wood and gems and rock and wood and gems. I mean, it's just like me making like thousands of statues because like the fuck else am I gonna do with all of my lead? Like, how much lead do I have right now? I have 312 lead, 71 charcoal. And also, in regards to your comment from earlier, wood isn't free. The reason it's not free is because if you chop down too much wood, you piss off the elves. I'm trying to keep friendly with the elves. So it's very far from free, in fact. If you go to war with elves, suddenly that's a lot of frame rate that they cost you. But yeah, no, I wouldn't say someone else doing something like Longdeath, because technically, Longdeath is kind of inspired by Arch Crystal. Although I'm making this fortress completely differently, and I also have current generation stuff to worry about, unlike Arch Crystal. What degree of technology does the game have? Like, what are the dwarves capable of doing? It's like fantasy stuff. Basic like water wheels and wind-powered machines, but it's very much like, would you, they don't have fusion power, come on. Like, it's very much like low fantasy tech, but there's like water wheels. There are ways to make perpetual motion machines using water, which is what Trumpet Dog's referring to with fusion power. Is it actually fusion power? No, but you can make perpetual motion machines if you gimmick the physics. You know, it would be really nice, chat, when someone asks a genuine question, that you give them genuine answers. So you know what? I'm not going to answer that question. I'm just going to let chat be memers. I'm going to sip my coffee. It's like low fantasy with basic wind and water power, but using the physics engine of this game, you can do some wild shit. Like trying to, well, it's like a viewer of mine a while ago found quantum singularities when he started trying to launch dwarves into space out of minecarts. He was getting minecarts up to max speed and slamming them into walls and launching dwarves at the straight up. And because the map for Dwarf Fortress isn't like a map, it's a box, it's a cube. He was slamming them into the edge of the cube at the top, rather than, because he was trying to see if he could launch a dwarf into orbit. Basically, he was playing Kerbal Space Dwarfs, and what ended up happening was instead of being able to launch dwarves into orbit, no, there's no guns or anything. There's no gunpowder. I mean, alcohol can explode if you can set it on fire. That's the closest thing you can get, but no, there's no guns. There's like archery. It's a fantasy game. There's blow darts, but dwarves can't use blow darts. I mean, you can in adventure mode, but in fortress mode, dwarves can't use blow darts. I'm sure you could mod your raws to be able to do that, but no, it's like low fantasy. Yes, catapults and ballistas are the most advanced manual thing. I think and this is why I say, like, when people ask legitimate questions, maybe don't just go straight to the memes chat, because people get the wrong idea about the game when you start saying, like, minecart shotguns. Because what a minecart shotgun actually is you put a bunch of heavy objects into a minecart, you roll the minecart down the hill, slam the minecart into a wall, and then the minecart flips over and chucks all the stuff out of it and throws the heavy objects at the thing. It's not what it sounds like. Like, magma shotguns are the same thing. It's a minecart. It's basically like the equivalent of, like, putting a bunch of liquid into a wheelbarrow, rolling it down a hill, and slamming it into a wall with holes in the wall, and then the liquid comes out. It's not an actual shotgun. It's a minecart with stuff in it. You don't actually need powered minecarts to do shotguns, though. You can literally just roll it down a hill. Just roll it down a couple ramps, and it'll gain enough speed. You know, I was talking with ClinoDev about this yesterday. One of the biggest problems with Dwarf Fortress are misconceptions because of memes and rumors and incorrect information that gets spread. So I almost feel like, as fans of Dwarf Fortress, we owe it to the community to not spread dumb memes, because it actively, like, gives people the wrong idea and incorrect information about the game. But I digress. Please meme responsibly. It's like we have a lot of player terms for things that aren't what they sound like. Quite literally. I think I'll actually put a couple butcher shops in here. So I do need more butcher shops, but, like, actually make more sense to put them here. I mean, okay, the candy one I'm kind of okay with. And to an extent, like, clowns I'm also kind of okay with. And the circus and all that stuff, because that's, like, trying to avoid, or it's a way of talking about information without outing what you're actually talking about to avoid spoilers. Like, that's okay. It's more like when someone says, like, the question that was asked a minute ago in chat, which is, what degree of technology does this game have? And chat says, oh, minecart shotguns and perpetual motion machines. It's like, not really. Those are, like, abusing the physics engine to make things happen. That's not technically the way the game works. Like, that's not the intended mechanic, if that makes sense. So it's misleading to say that the game has fusion reactors, because the game doesn't have fusion reactors. You can make a perpetual motion machine using water physics in Dwarf Fortress, combined with water wheels and pumps. Yes. Not a fusion reactor. Do we call them fusion reactors? Yes. Is that what they actually are? No, it's a player term. Like, do you understand kind of what I'm trying to describe here, and, like, the differences between that? Like, does that make sense, or am I just, like, spouting utter garbage? If I'm just spouting utter garbage, please tell me. Like, I am perpetually in a state of motion and frustration with comments that I get from people that are just flat out wrong because somebody said it on a forum once. You know, like, just like some of you might have been here for the conversation that I was referencing a minute ago with Clinodev, where we were talking about how a large portion of the player base still thinks that thermonuclear catsplosions are an active bug that happens, when that's a bug that was fixed in 2014. Like, all of the memes about cats dying in taverns, a large portion of the, like, I was watching a stream the other day where the guy streaming was literally just mentioned that gotta make sure I zone my fortress correctly so that no cats end up in my tavern. I don't want them to die of alcohol poisoning. I'm like, but that's a bug that was fixed ages ago. Like, you don't, what? You don't think that can still happen, do you? Like, one of the most beautiful things about Dwarf Fortress is how obtuse it can be and how many under the hood mechanics can happen because of the obtuseness. But, like, it's also kind of a problem when you have false information being spread, you know? I mean, I guess it helps with the mystique of the game for sure, but I wonder. Prepared alpaca liver roast, pig liver roast, alpaca tripe roast, sheep tallow roast. No, totally. It absolutely has, but like, mythology and legend are one thing. Incorrect information and misleading players is another. You know, like, once again, yesterday we were talking about how many Dwarf Fortress players will swear up and down that the game will slow to a FPS. That got louder than I thought it was going to. Many people who play Dwarf Fortress genuinely believe that the game will slow itself down to an unplayable crawl by year 3. And so you have to live super fast in your fortress and kill all your dwarves real fast, because within a couple of years, the game will be unplayable because of how bad the frame rates are. I don't know what the fuck you're doing to kill a fortress's frame rate to the point where the fort is unplayable in 3 years. But, like, I've seen comments on, like, Krug Smash videos where they're just like, how do you keep a fort alive for so long without your frame rate dying? It's like, what? Excuse me? I'm over here on a year 115 and doing just fine. Late summer, 115. So I mean, yeah, I guess if you're playing on a Chromebook, but like, even then, like, I know somebody who plays on a Pentium 2 desktop, and he has perfectly playable forts that he keeps alive for 10, 15 years. He just adjusts his map size accordingly and world size. I have no idea. I just threw that out. I kind of, you could probably use, what is it, like DF Remote or whatever that software is that lets you like screen share DF from another PC to a phone. I'll bet you could use that. I mean, that's your problem, right, Lazy? So Dwarf Fortress is not scaled to play on a PC like yours, right? So what you have to do to play Dwarf Fortress in a playable manner on a computer like that, scale down your map size, scale down your embark size, and limit your dwarf population to about 80. You'll still have all of the same interactions, and you'll have a playable frame rate, right? That's the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of setting your settings to low, right? If you're going to play on a computer that can't handle the game, that's your fault. for not scaling back the size of your embarks and your production, the number of animals and dwarves you have. You can scale that. That's your fault. My job? So you're saying my job is to provide correct information? I mean, but like, I'm one person. Yeah, totally. Like, again, like that's that's the player's fault, right? Like, I had someone, I was answering questions on the subreddit, and there was someone who was complaining about crappy frame rates, and I asked them what they were producing, and one of the jobs they had was literally just like an infinite repeating stonecrafts and woodcrafts job to keep all the dwarves busy. And I'm like, what are you doing with those crafts? And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, how many crafts do you have? They had like 15,000 fucking scepters in their fort by year 4. It's like, well, you wonder why your frame rate's bad. I found your problem. You need to sell some of those scepters. Put them in bins and get them out of the fort, or crush them. One of the two. It's the exact same reason why I'm getting rid of all these bones. So I'm assuming stone went to sleep, so I'm gonna have to screenshot these. We're into fall now. Autumn has come. I think that business already exists. It's called Stadia. Google Stadia. What's... You know what? I might just take this meme, Cyralac, and just, like, make that the exclamation point warning command. Just link to that. Because this is, like, my stream right here. Just right, straight up right there. All right, the annual tribute from Basti Pime and Nulan Abo have come. Now let's find out what they brought us. The group of soaring. This is going to be screenshotted and posted in the Discord for stone. Where's the other one? Ah, these ones. They actually brought a mule. Oh my god. It's actually scrolling. Wow. So this is actually an incredible event. This is the first tribute I've ever gotten where the list is long enough I actually have to scroll it. There's so much stuff. The first scrolling tribute. 10 hamster blood, yeah. Many hamsters were killed to get 10 units of hamster blood. 5 wild boar heart. A copper two-handed sword. Turquoise. 25 rye beer. Wow. A silver halberd. That's pretty badass, though. Rose gold bars. Jesus. There's so much stuff. Not gonna lie, the hamster blood kind of like makes it, though. One, 2, 5, and 25. Yes. Yes. Although, fortunately, they usually bring us boots in pairs. The issue is we can never actually use them because they bring us human-sized stuff. All right. Alpacas, have you made or not alpacas, so unicorns, have you made babies yet? Come on, guys, get to it. You have one job. No baby Ettins yet, either. Come on, how long are you gonna make me wait for the baby Ettins? This is very important. We need baby Ettins. How in the world are we ever going to, you know... live the dream of having a fortress with an army of Ettins if I don't get baby Ettins. And I know that there's a living dragon in this world. It'd be real cool if we could have a dragon show up. I'm not holding out hope on that one, though. The dwarves have arrived for trading. Because it's that time of year. I'm literally just going to sell almost everything that they just brought us. Because I've got all of this shit that's just sitting... Actually, I'll keep the bags. But I've got a lot of shit that's just here that I don't need. Nickel figurine of a boogeyman. It's a good figurine, I like it. Sell a bunch of those meat pots. Keep the fish pots. Sell a bunch of the plant pots. And some prepared food pots. Actually, you know what? actually that bad for coffins. I should probably dig out some more tombs because we're gonna need them. We are going to need them sooner rather than later. Might as well have them ready to go. Chat, tomorrow I get new episodes of The Expanse, and I'm very excited. For those of you who have seen The Expanse, new episodes drop tomorrow. 3 new episodes. Unfortunately, you guys haven't given me a day off in time, but I will be streaming tomorrow. I will not take an extra day off to just watch The Expanse all day. Although I'll admit, I am kind of tempted. God, I hope that the new season is good. I've waited all of 2020 for this, so it better be worth it. This will also be the first time I'm watching a season of The Expanse that's actually ongoing, too. Besides, I need something else to watch now because F1 is done for the year. Although it's only, like, gone for 90 days, which is kind of ridiculous. It's, like, not that long a period of time for F1 to be gone. It's like 3 months. That's it. So one of my teammates was talking about, I won't say which one, was talking about DF tutorials the other night, and I straight up offered. I was like, "Yo, if you want to learn Dwarf Fortress, I'll just like sit with you on voice chat, and I'll just teach you this game. It's not hard. Need to try and make that happen." The thing that I don't fully understand with people is how many people are just like, I'm just waiting for the Steam version. It's like, but like, if you want to stream the Steam version, like, you want to know how to play the game by the time it's out, right? And give you an advantage against all the other people who are going to be streaming the Steam version. Sigh. But yeah, I think tomorrow we're gonna start the holiday fort. So we're gonna go to that really big world that I did Shattered Monster in. And we need to figure out exactly what we're gonna do for a holiday fort. I'll probably keep it running up until New Year's. Probably. We'll see how it goes, depending on what we end up doing. You should be coming back. This dwarf's pretty happy. Not a complete basket case. The liaison from the Mountain Homes is here with new information. We're going to ask them for the same thing that we always do, which is just more wood logs. Because that's the only thing I need to trade for. What actually was that news from the humans? Oh, shit. Orush Tattoo Brims became the lawgiver of the Confederacy of Sport, replacing Nani Tanglepaths. That's interesting. They have a new lawgiver. I wonder what happened to the old lawgiver. Of course, we are still marching on group channel is still marching on the goblins. Chat, we're a little bit lurky. Can we get a round of beers in the chat if you're listening to the stream right now? Just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. Let's bring a trader over. Cheers, guys. It's an odd place for you to be. We are ready to trade. We're now just waiting on the dwarves to get down here. Now, I don't want to just be the bearer of bad news, but that's unlikely. And it's an unfortunate reality for all games like this one. Because asking someone to translate Dwarf Fortress is like asking them to remake the whole game. Because when you're talking about multiple layers of generated text, you'd have to redo the logic for the entirety of the game. So, like I said, I don't really want to be the bearer of bad news, but I doubt it. It's for the same reason we'll probably never get a translated versions of Caves of Cud, is because you'd need to rewrite all of the text in the entirety of the game. And it's not like, you know, a story-based RPG where the text is the same way every single time. Yeah, exactly. Like, you would literally have to rewrite the world generator because it uses generated, like, English grammar to generate the game logic. So, I mean, if like, yes, in theory, they could just do a straight pass and just, like, translate all the words, but it wouldn't work because the grammar would be wrong. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm fortunate. I'm a native English speaker. It's in my language, but I know plenty of people that have learned the game who are not native English speakers, so I don't really know what else to say aside from it's not easy, and it kind of sucks, but it's not as easy as just, you know, running the game through Google Translate. And it's not the only proc gen game that suffers from that problem. Like, it's just it's a problem with the genre as a whole. Any game that has large amounts of text generation is going to be almost impossible to translate. You know, it's War Sim was another example of a game that would be virtually impossible to translate because it generates things based on the English language. Although, yeah, I don't know. There really isn't too much else to say there, unfortunately. It's just kind of the reality. Similar problem with Japanese visual novels. What? What? No. I mean, a linear story or a linear story arc can just be translated. Same with RPGs. You can just translate that. But unless you're talking about like proc-gen text in visual novels, which I'm not familiar with, or I'm not familiar with any visual novels that do that. No, that's not even a remotely similar issue. Visual novels just need localization. This game, it's not a matter of localization. It's a matter of you would have to rewrite the code of the game to make it work in other languages. At that point, you might as well redevelop the whole game from the ground up. And you'd have to develop it with multiple languages in mind from the beginning, which would drastically increase development time. And Dwarf Fortress is already a slowly developed game anyway. I'm just hoping that, like, as I've had some people say that, like, the Steam version might greatly help with some people's perception of the game, because if suddenly the game is, you know, a lot more visual than text-based, that might help it become more approachable to people who are not native language speakers, because you can just see, oh, it's a pickaxe, instead of having to read, that's a pickaxe. You know? Or a masterwork pickaxe with symbols on the edges. You'll just know that it's a pickaxe. Yeah, I don't know where you're getting that, Redbeard, but I don't agree with that in the slightest. Need to stretch my hands. Yeah, this is why we've been learning so many human dances in this fort. Because of this person. The Royal Treasurer. And Diplomat. You know, like, Redbeard, translating Dragon Quest just takes a lot of time because there's a lot of dialogue in Dragon Quest. It's just a matter of translating the dialogue in Dragon Quest, but the text in that game is the same every time. If the game is procedurally writing the text for you, then that's a different beast. So the problems arise when we're talking about the procedurally generated text. You know, like Caves of Cud has procedurally generated books. They would have to redo all of that text to have books in a different language, right? And that's what Dwarf Fortress does. It's assembling events and sentences based on English grammar. So in order to not completely break Legends mode, like if you just like shoved German into Legends mode, it wouldn't work because grammar is totally different. So then you'd have to rewrite the game's like language logic and how it lays out the text, which then suddenly completely changes the fundamental design of the game. Like, that's not even... Yeah. Sorry that I'm just rambling about this. If you guys want to talk about something different, we got to talk about something different, but I could very easily just sit here and ramble about this all day. And I don't think anybody actually wants that, so... I mean, it's more than the grammar, but... You don't know what it is exactly? The website does it best, so I'll just open up the website and read their description verbatim. Caves of Cud. Caves of Cud is a science fantasy roguelike RPG, a science fantasy RPG roguelike epic set in the far future in a world that is deeply simulated and richly cultured and rife with sentient plants. It's in early access. Dig a tunnel anywhere in the world. Purchase rare books from an albino ape mayor. Contract a fungal infection and grow glowing mushrooms on your hands. Charm a goat into joining you. Then give the goat chainmail and a shotgun to equip. Clone yourself, mind control your clone, hack off your own limbs, and eat them for sustenance. It's a massive open world RPG with a handwritten quest as well as tons of procedurally generated content around the edges. Assemble a character from over 70 mutations and 24 casts and kits. Explore procedurally generated regions and some familiar locations. Each world has nearly 1 million maps. Dig through everything. Don't like a wall blocking your way. Dig through it with a pickaxe. Hack limbs off of monsters. Pursue alliances with over 60 factions. Follow the plot to Berthurium and Old. A sentient cave bear who leads a sect of tinkerers intent on restoring the technological splendor to Cud. Learn the lore. There's a story in every nook, from the legendary items to fabled poets and pasts, and die a fuckload. That's Caves of Cud. I added the die a fuckload bit to the band. Convince a frog to teach you how to jump. Twitch was very weird for a bit. Was very weird? Twitch is very weird. Also, hi, Cyclone. Or not. Why am I saying Cyclone? Rhinestone. Your name rhymes with Cyclone, and I'm staring at Cyclone's name in another tab. Ryan, what's up, dude? You couldn't access anything? That's not good. You think the Steam version comes, it'll be easier for you because the language problem adds up to this. It looks really difficult, but because you need to learn not only a language, but also a complete visual. Yeah, no, I understand that. I get kind of bothered by native English speakers who are just like, I don't want to take the time to read and learn this game, because that's just kind of annoying. Norstat's gonna die of thirst pretty soon, unfortunately. There's nothing I can do about it. Poor Dwarf. I do get kind of annoyed by people who are just like, oh, hey, like, I'm just too lazy to read the thing. But if you're not a native English speaker, I completely sympathize with that. That sucks. I did notice my view count tanked by about 30 viewers for a little bit there, and I'm not sure what happened. Twitch has been, like, oddly unstable this past month. An email that made you slightly excited and then slightly disappointed afterwards. That sounds like my sex life. Slightly excited and then slightly disappointed. What was this email? If I can ask, Ryan. Also, how have you been? How's work? How's life? You've been kind of MIA most of, like, the past month. I hope you've been good. Aside from F1 shit, you've been kind of MIA. So this is interesting. Apparently, Mitch Murder did some music for Cyberpunk 2077. And put together the extra tracks that didn't make it into the game into a separate album. That's kind of neat. Or EP, rather. That's kind of neat. You know, you have to pre-order it or get the Twitch drop. It's 2020. In order to get into open betas, you have to watch streams. I didn't even know that was happening. I'm actually kind of surprised I didn't get spammed with an invite for that. I probably would have jumped on that, actually, if they invited me to it, but I ain't pre-ordering that shit. Like, I don't think anybody on my team got that either, which I think's a little weird. But I saw Cringer at 2,000 viewers this morning for a bit, so. Yeah, no, if you want that, you have to go lurk in streams. Which is kind of shitty, but eh. There we go. Was waiting for that, but Norstat finally died. Norstat was just very predisposed to be nuts, which just kind of sucks. Not a ton we can do about that, though. Was often sad and dejected, frequently depressed were two of his traits. It was like the equivalent of just having a dwarf that's just gonna die. But one more thing I should say about Cud, because I was just asked about it. I'll probably be streaming Cud pretty soon. It's been a little bit. I'm getting the itch again. So just hang out. We'll get Cud on stream soon. Maybe not this week. Maybe like early next week. I know Jupiter Hell is getting an update on the 22nd. So maybe I'll do Cud on the 20th. I'll do Jupiter Hell on the 22nd. Patolis, what's up? It's good to see you. You have the next 2 weeks off because someone at the warehouse got sick. Okay. That's good that they shut the thing down. Hey man, fucking bonus holiday vacation. A weasel is fighting. A weasel fell out of a tree or something. Combat log. Weasel collided with the ground. The weasel lost the fight against gravity. How close am I to my goal of 1,000 years? We're on year 115. So that's how close. Although I've slowed down quite a bit. Too depressed to be a dwarf and went and starved themselves. Pretty common death. I tried to rehabilitate them, gave them the job they wanted, and took them off of everything else, and kept them alive for probably another year, but as Tarn says, some dwarves are just kind of a lost cause. The most recent interview I did with him, he talked quite a whole bit about dwarven mental health and how they're terrible at taking care of their friends and they need to like comfort each other, and it gets really real at him. Guys, for those of you who don't know, I've had Tarn on my stream twice. I think like kind of going forward, we're gonna try and have him on like once a season or so, every 3 to 4 months, because it's a good deal of fun to have him on stream. He's also just a fun guy to talk to. Yeah, no, that's really good that they shut the whole fucking warehouse down, Ryan. My friend Kevin, who works in an appliance warehouse, I feel like every single time I talked to him, he's like, yep, someone else tested positive, and then like the guy that was working with him that day came into work. It's like, Jesus, man. Nope, they haven't shut down yet. Although they all got really big bonuses because they're making buttloads of money hand over fist because of the pandemic, which is, I guess, cool. Did I not set that to be... Oh, there we go. So it's good to know, Ryan, that your warehouse is... There we go. There goes the body. Being carried by Omni. It's good to know that the warehouse that you're working in is better than some. This reminds me of like Nightwish, this track. Kind of like Within Temptation a little bit, actually. Like that kind of symphonic synthy metal. Not having shit management. Not having management that, like, just sees dollar signs. How's the AV gig thing? Is that thing still happening on and off? Pig brain roast. It's going. Well, we need to take advantage of you getting time off and record some podcasts. But yeah, no, Lazy Lone Lion, I'm giving Tarn Adams a race, basically. Like, who's going to finish first? Me and my 1,000-year fortress, or the Steam version of Dwarf Fort? That's the current race. I personally think the Steam version will be out first before I'm done with this fortress. But some people disagree, so. You okay over there, Hart? Pleasure remembering a satisfying acquisition. You'll get there. You'll be okay. Coffins, not beds. Tidathon. What the heck is Tidathon? But yeah, we can totally aim for the weekend. My mom has given me the rest of the year off of the side job that I have. My parents own a school for young children, and I clean it because I have an industrial cleaning license. So I do that as a side gig, and I have the rest of the year off because their last day is Thursday, and we canceled cleaning on Sunday because me and my mom were both exhausted, and we just didn't want to have to do extra work, so they gave me until the new year off, which means effectively I literally don't have any reason to leave my house aside from like going to the pharmacy to get my meds until Christmas. And then I won't again until the new year. Literally nothing to do. Oh, I mean, I haven't looked at Discord since I started, and you might have posted that since I started. Oh, no, never mind. You posted a little bit ago. Yeah, okay, no, I didn't see that. Pig tallow roast. That is a fuck ton of pig tallow roast. Posted it 2 weeks ago? Okay, I must have missed it. It makes sense now that it's an every time I die a-thon, but Tit-a-thon, I read that as totally different, something totally different. It's okay, don't mind my brain over, it's just behaving over here. Do not need 100 rock doors. I need more like 20. I made that joke during my most recent news update video, Voidbit, because first off, I was talking about beds, and then I went on to eternal slumber beds. I had a couple people comment on that joke. They're like, you funny. I'm like, yay. People don't think I'm totally insufferable. Just mostly insufferable. That's okay. I can live with that. How's Baby Patolus doing? Baby Patolus has come back from being a totally distressed, sad, tantruming child, which is good. Is now a relatively happy child. I mean, Patolus did witness Mother die in front of him, so don't blame the kid for being a depressed little shit for a while there. Nope, not at all. It's still definitely depressed. How large the graveyard is going to grow? It's not that crazy yet. I mean, it's all of those coffins kind of all the way around the edge of the map right now. Like, it's not that wild. Villains Part 2, because Villains isn't done yet. So then the release after Steam will be Villains Part 2, which will properly balance villains. Hopefully. But a Dwarf Fortress level of properly balancing stuff, right? And allow the player to play as the villain. So yeah, Villains Part 2 is next after the Steam release. Because Villains was supposed to be done in February of this year. But, Villains was supposed to be done in November of last year, but they went long because Tarn got distracted working on things to make Legends mode more interesting. And then he stopped working on it in February to work on the Steam release, which was supposed to be out in November of this year, but between the forest fires and the pandemic, it slowed down his development time quite a bit. Like from their description, from what he was saying, it sounds like he had like straight up weeks where he just wasn't really getting much done because like they were in the like I don't know how many of you guys know where they're located, but they're like in fucking Forest Fire Central for this year, like when like Washington was on fire. Like, they were in the middle of that. Like, their air quality was unbreathable for a while there. So, I'm not... Like, I barely could stream during it, and my air quality was way better than theirs was. Let alone fucking program. So, combine the pandemic shit with the all the forest fires, it very much slowed down development. So... Which is why when people ask me, they're like, oh, wait, when do you think this will be out? It's like, well, I think it would have been out by now, actually. If there wasn't a pandemic, and if there wasn't the forest fires, I think the Steam version would have been out by now. A pretty sick long sleeve shirt, thanks to the Tit-a-thon. Good shit. You should get yourself a pretty sick Halcyon Frequency charity sweater or t-shirt. Because... you don't live somewhere where you'd wear sweaters. Gold Poke, what up? It's good to see you. That smell like fire. Yeah, I mean, I've been through that a couple of times. I completely agree. You know? I would recommend Umanagi generation playthrough Aqua. But I will also say that, like, it's what you literally just said in chat is why that game fucked me up so much. I played through that during a night stream, not last night, but the night before. And it's only like 2.5 hours. It's a very short game. Fucking banger of a soundtrack, though. But it's just... Red Sky Generation. The generation that gets to watch the world die. The last generation that gets to watch the world die. It's interesting. Just only in December and January? What, when it's below... I'm curious. What is sweater weather for you? The whole playthrough will be going up on YouTube tomorrow. Aqua. But I will be buying that DLC for it and playing through that. Anything below 40? Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Wait, hold on a second. According to Steam, Spellbreak just came out. Hasn't that been out for a while? I'm confused. It gets into the mid-60s. Nah, man, that's t-shirt weather. My apartment is in the mid-60s right now, and I'm in a t-shirt. It was out on Epic? Okay. I thought that game was just out. But your Google Foo was... Yeah, dude, that game is completely fucking unsearchable. Like, I knew how to spell it, and it took me like a minute to find it when I went to go buy it. Doesn't exactly have the greatest SEO. Because if you just Google Red Sky Generation, you won't find it. And not many people know how to spell Umarangi. But quick walk before it gets stormy, go do that. I thought I removed you from the fucking playlist. I don't need wedding music. Everything else in that album is decent to listen to, but I don't need wedding music. That can just go away. Every fucking day since I've started using this music pack, it just keeps sneaking back into my playlist. It's like only like 18 seconds long too. Like I don't even know why. I might just go delete it from that album. You know, I'm just gonna go fucking do that. I'm just gonna go delete it from my computer because I'm never gonna use it. Get a fuck out. There we go. Fight that. You're dead, Norstad. Also, hi, Norstad. There you are. Norstad's rotten corpse. How you doing, Norstad? Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Yeah, it's about the same as me. Wouldn't be the first time, what, that we found your mangled corpse? For a split second there, I thought we had another Etten. Are they still stressed and distracted? That's worrying me out, is the fact that the Ettens are stressed and distracted. Hey, at least you have such a legendary sex life. Like, it's like that line from The Room when he's just like, "How's your sex life?" It's like, "Oh, you know, just destroyed a colony." What? Took out a Star Destroyer, and it's only Tuesday. It's like you're playing Planetary Annihilation and you name one of the robots after you and the whole planet blows up. Not much hope for you, though. I mean, your dwarf was kind of fucked from the get-go, unfortunately, but that just happens sometimes. Some dwarves are just broken. Which is... Not every dwarf being perfect is kind of... Part of the reason I'm attracted to this game in a way is, like, it actually is a weirdly good simulation of depression. Why don't you just move to Canada? Or just, like, move to Alaska, then, if you like cold climates. See, I read Pacific Northwest as, like, Seattle, but... I feel like you would like Hope, BC. You'd probably really like Hope. Here's the thing, that depends on where in Canada you go. Like, where I live in Canada, it's mild. Very mild. We rarely get snow. I mean, like, it's cold and rainy, but, like... It's not super snowy here. It's just more like gray. If you want snow, you have to go further north than me. Or east. I have no idea what you're quoting, nor stat, but okay. Although best conversation I ever had with somebody is we were talking about like socialized healthcare and in relation to Canada, or me and a friend of mine were, and he's just like, Greg, so like how does one move to Canada? And I'm just like, well, you basically have to marry a Canadian at this point. It's like, want to get married? Like, not really. Not particularly. You're quoting you. Oh. There's no such thing as too many questions. You need something until this game launches on Steam. Like, do you want more strictly like Dwarf Fortress? I mean, I talk a lot of shit about it because it's not anywhere near as good as Dwarf Fortress, but there's the open source... Watch this channel. There's that too. But if you're looking for games like Dwarf Fortress, I can never remember how to spell it. Inomi? Yeah, there it is. So this is a open source version of No Moria. It's not anywhere near as good as Dwarf Fortress. So keep that in mind. It's not a replacement for Dwarf Fortress. It isn't better than Dwarf Fortress. It doesn't do anything as good as Dwarf Fortress, but it plays on similar ideas. So, I mean, Steam algorithm works in mysterious ways. So there's this. Hope BC is where the first Rambo was filmed. It's like I've been to like every single sequence of that movie because I know where they all are. I would like to live there. I was about to talk about that game, so that's next. But yeah, if you're looking for something that's free, like you can just go try this because it's free. Don't play No Moria. Just if you're gonna try something, try this. Then there's Odd Realm. Now, Odd Realm is really cool. Odd Realm, Odd Realm is really cool for two reasons. Odd Realm is really cool because it's cheap. In Canadian dollars, it's only $10 or $11.49, so it's $9.99 US. It's made by somebody from my city. It's made by a Canadian. And this game focuses very heavily just on town building. It has Z levels. It's the same view perspective as Dwarf Fortress. But what it does that Dwarf Fortress doesn't do is it focuses on multiple races, and is a lot more of a... it's a lot more of a focused town builder. I really need to play this game again. I haven't gotten around to it. I don't own it on Steam. Or actually, no, I do own it. Apparently, I do own it on Steam. I thought I only owned it on itch. Anyway, I guess I own it twice. The issue I have with this game is the font, for me, gets a little hard on the eyes, but he did make it better. So the font is better than it was initially at launch. At launch, he had like this 1-bit font, which was awful. There's quite a lot of mechanics and depth in this game. There isn't anywhere near the same level of character generation. The characters aren't as unique. It's a lot closer to RimWorld in that sense, like the way the characters work. As a game, it's much more of like a chill town builder, so you'll spend more time just like designing little towns and less time like worrying about evil threats. But there's a lot you can do in Odd Realm. I think that this game is pretty cool. So like I have actually played it. I didn't realize I owed it on Steam. Someone must have gifted it to me or something. But I forgot about that. I have like 40 hours. I haven't touched Songs of Styx or Six. The dev gave me key for it. I played the demo back when it was just a demo. I didn't like the demo at all, so I don't know if I would like it now. It's more of a city builder than I would like. It's interesting because it's doing scale, but like, I don't know. It didn't, like, it certainly does the scale thing, but like I don't know. It didn't have enough depth for me when I played it, but I haven't touched it since the demo, so I don't know. I don't really have a fair, whoops, that's the wrong button. I don't really have a fair opinion on it. Yeah, no, Hope BC is wonderful. I sometimes will, not during pandemic times, will go up there and just stay in a motel and just go hiking for a few days. I haven't touched it. No idea. I don't play every single game that exists. I also, I'm not a person who goes out of his way to play new games, unless it's a game I really care about. So like, there's a lot of like independent like colony sims and stuff that have come out over the past few years that I have no interest in even touching. Why is my phone ringing? Hold up. Just a phone call from the front desk of doctor's office reminding me that I have a phone call appointment on Friday. Nothing major. Just routine shit. Cheers, Orange. You know, yeah, I don't go to my, what was I talking about? I don't go to my way to play new games. So there's a lot of games that are like, oh, this is a new game that's like trying to do this thing. It's like, well, if I wanted to do what that game's doing, I would just go play X game that's been out way longer. It's like, well, like Ruin Arch, that game that you were mentioning, I don't see the point of that game because there are 2 games I could play that have been in development way longer, or one that's been in development way longer, and one that has existed way longer and has tons of mods. If I wanted to play a game like Ruin Arch, I would either go play Keeper RL, which has been in development way longer, or I would go play Dungeon Keeper, like just OG Dungeon Keeper. Like, I don't see the reason for a game like Ruin Arch to exist. But, you know, people like to play new things, right? I'm more the kind of person who would like to just replay the old thing. Unless it's something that really speaks to me, it's like, I'd rather just play Dungeon Keeper 2 and just mod the crap out of it. But I don't, so I didn't play Ruin Arch. Like, I think that a lot of people just kind of assume that the way streamers are supposed to operate is we're supposed to try really hard to get every single new game so that we can inform you of the fact that you should buy every single new game that comes out and don't play the games that you already own and buy all of the new games that come out as they come out every single time they come out and don't play old games. Well, I'm much more the, like, I know a lot of streamers that are still playing Dark Souls. Could they be playing every single new game that comes out because that's like Dark Souls? Sure. But why do that when you could just keep playing Dark Souls? It's like, yes, I could play every game that's even remotely tangentially related to Dwarf Fortress. Or I could just keep playing Dwarf Fortress. And that's just been my opinion of how to play games and make content for a while now, right? I could play every single new thing that pops up, or I could just play games I already enjoy that are good. And that's kind of where I'm at, and that's kind of what I do. So like games like Songs of Six, I'll play it eventually. Games like Ruin Arch, I don't see the point. Then there's also like just tons of like DF clones where I look at them, I'm like, this game doesn't have a reason to exist, so I'm not gonna bother playing it. I support patient gaming. Norstat. You'll get better games out of it if you support patient gaming. And that's why, like, I don't really worry about being that guy who's just gonna... It's a really... Man, I hate talking about this because I sound like I'm talking shit about my friends. But, like, it's really easy as a streamer to get games early, get an affiliate link, and then make a bunch of money selling it on day one. It's really easy to make money that way as a streamer. I don't like doing that because the number of times, like, I used to do that, and yes, it worked. It brings in a lot of new people. It brings in a lot of new audiences. It shows people your content. You make a lot of money in affiliate sales. People get all excited about the new game. But the number of times I've done that and felt good about it afterwards is minimal, right? I find the majority of the cases where stuff like that would happen, I would get a game early, stream it a bunch, make a bunch of money off of it, and then the game would come out proper, and a lot of people would be disappointed. And it's like, I don't want to be associated with crappy feelings when it comes to video games. I want to be associated with, oh, I discovered that this game exists, and now I really enjoy it, right? So that's just kind of how I do business now. So I don't really worry about keeping up with the Joneses and playing all the fancy new shit. Like, if I paid attention, I probably could have gotten Humankind right now. But, if I'm gonna play Humankind, I'd rather just wait for the game to come out. TV 2 years ago? The best TV 2 years ago, the game has been debugged. As a good mod creation? Sure. Like Pharaoh and Emperor? I played quite a bit of Zeus back in the day. I think I played Pharaoh. I think. I'm very much looking forward to that Pharaoh remaster, and we'll stream that. I'm very much looking forward to that. Yeah, Pharaoh, a New Era. This. From .emu. Because, like, I'm sorry, but, like, these hand-drawn graphics look beautiful. Like, this is maybe one of the prettiest looking city builders I've ever seen. So, yeah, no, I will totally stream that. Whenever that comes out. Probably not on day one, though, but I will definitely stream it. And would also stream Zeus and any of those other games. Definitely. I'm just kind of quelling my livestock population right now. I'm quite into city builders in general. I just don't really play them a bunch. I need more butchers. Oh, you just have no work. Jeez. I didn't realize that you grew up and never got given jobs. I was wondering why you had no jobs. There we go. That's much better timing. Yeah, no, I have weird eclectic tastes in games and always have. And I intend to keep my weird eclectic tastes in games. I don't know. I think that's kind of why the people who watch me too. Is because, like, I have my set of morals and the games that I play and the games that I enjoy. And I kind of feel like people stick with me because of that. Still just waiting to see if those Ettins are gonna make babies. Still just waiting. Now, on that subject, chat, are there any games that you guys are looking forward to? Like any games that you guys are kind of waiting for? So the one real game that I was looking forward to this month is Creeper World, and it's out now, and I played through that campaign. I need to, like, go in and do some more stuff with it, but... You two should kiss. Two big Ettins sitting in a tree. Kissing. Usually find them disappointing at this point. What's the last RPG you genuinely enjoyed? I mean, I expected nothing less from Creeper World. Frankly. Creeper World and Dwarf Fortress have a lot of weird parallels. It's like... It's just a programmer who likes a lot of math. And that's what makes it so much fun. You're looking forward to KSP 2? I hope that that's good. Like, I don't play KSP, but I hope that that game is good. Project Phoenix. What's Project Phoenix? Did you play it for the first time recently? Understand? It's like, I feel like if you're into RPGs, like indie stuff slash the CRPG revival would be heaven right now. Okay. No, that's Phoenix Point, which I think is different than Project Phoenix. And I streamed Phoenix Point and enjoyed it. It's also like a jazz band. I'm just gonna link this. This is the first thing that popped up in the search engine. Actually, I don't know what kind of music they are, but it's some sort of band. I found the Kickstarter now. Oh, I remember seeing this. Yeah, I remember seeing this. You're a backer and you didn't get any information? That's not good. I mean, on the topic of backing things, a game that I backed is out soon, which is this. Ancient Cities. I backed this like 2016, 2015 even. And this trailer that they released has a very good frame rate of like 20. So yeah, I'm not... I'll stream this. Supposedly it's out in 2 days. That's Thursday? Yeah, I guess I'll do a stream of this on Thursday. We'll see how that goes. And my title will literally just be, I backed this. Is it bad? Question mark. Probably. I don't have a huge amount of hope for that. All right, I need to take a real quick toilet break. We'll be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. BRB. That's not a particularly good sign, B-Lug. Like, not a very good sign at all. Your browser froze. I don't know. Hopefully it's, like, warming up and thawing out now. Let's do vests. 50. Leather. Shirt, 50. Leather. Tunic, 50. Still working on the last of that cloth stuff. Really hope that more of the rope breed stuff has been done. You've backed over 80 projects? I think I've backed like less than 10. Oh, I backed Honey. That was the best thing I ever backed on Kickstarter. The two best things I ever backed on Kickstarter. Honey. It was a couple that owned a farm and had a couple beehives, and they wanted to expand their beehives and start selling honey commercially. And kind of go from like just selling honey at farmers markets to like basically expanding their honey operation. So I sent them $25, and like a year later, I got a jar that big of honey in the mail, and best thing I ever did, just raw honey. It was amazing. And I also got a little box with fresh honeycomb in it, like sealed container with fresh honeycomb in it. That was awesome. So that's the best thing I ever backed. Second best thing I ever backed was a brewery. Do I still have any of that honey? No, I got it in like 2015 or something. It was a long time ago. No, I don't have any of it anymore. The second best thing I ever backed... Oh god, Exploding Kittens was fucking awful. Sorry, the worst board game I've ever played. I didn't back it, but I've played the board game. Terrible board game. Good art, terrible board game. The second best thing I ever backed was a brewery, which was Fieldhouse Brewing, which was basically just we will mail you beer, or you could do local pickup. So I got a 6-pack of beer about a year later. My ex went through honey very quickly. It didn't last very long. It lasted like a couple of months. Your current router is a backed Kickstarter project, still going strong? Neat. I don't know. I don't really... I mean, I backed Starmancer, which I wasn't super thrilled with because I backed this awesome little indie game that was supposed to be out in a year, and then they got picked up by a publisher, and they're like, well, we have like 8 times the budget now, so we're just going to work on it for like 4 years and hide in a hole. Which is good because we'll probably get a better game in the end, but then they were also like, also we're changing engines. Because they were originally running on their own code, and they're like, yeah, we're switching to Unity. It's like, oh, what? Okay. So I don't know how I feel about that. Many of them, not a majority, did not live up to the promise or failed. Yeah, that's video. I feel like video games are a bad thing to back on Kickstarter. Like, I'm just genuinely, I think video games are a really bad thing to back on Kickstarter. I think that Kickstarter works really well for board games. Kickstarter works really well for physical products. Kickstarter works really well for like records. Oh, I backed a repressing of a record on Kickstarter, and less than a year later, I got the record. Like, it's a record that already existed, and I got it. I don't think Kickstarter was good in the beginning. I think Kickstarter went viral, and a lot of projects got funded because of it. I don't think Kickstarter was good ever. I think there was just a few very notable projects that did well. But I think that Kickstarter just kind of proved to a lot of people that there are audiences for specific genres of games like Pillars of Eternity. You know, if it wasn't for Kickstarter, I don't think we would have had the CRPG revival. And I don't think we would have gotten games like Disco Elysium. But was it ever good? I don't think so. I think there's some people who used it as part of a business model in an intelligent fashion, but Kickstarter as a whole I don't think was ever good, personally. I think there are ways to crowd fund games, and I don't think Kickstarter is a very good way of doing that. I think if you're going to crowd fund a game, it's best to build up a community and go the route of Patreon and just try and have sustained development. But the way I look at Kickstarter, I don't really look at Kickstarter as a I am guaranteed to get this product. I look at Kickstarter as I am backing this not because I actually expect to receive a game in return. I am backing this because I want this project to exist and I want you to be able to make this project. So if I'm backing something, I do not expect to get anything from it. And that's how I think about Kickstarter now. It's like, if I'm backing something, unless it's a physical product that they are just making and manufacturing that they're going to send to me, I'm looking at this and going, this is something I want to see exist. I want you to make this thing. Spring has arrived, which means we are now in the year 121. Hey, Spears, how you doing? So, there are certain things I would like to see exist. You know, like, Slipple's mayor's mandates ended. Oh, shit. Focal Fury got elected to mayor. That's really cool. Focal Fury's been here for a long time. Well, arrived here in the year 107. Is one of the first of his kind, 141 years old. Does that mean I think Slipple just died of old age, chat. I think my mayor just died. All right, well, hold up. I think my mayor just died. Yep. Slipple's been found dead. R.I.P. to the good Mayor Slipple. And, I need to make a statue of Focal Fury for the history. Long live the new mayor, indeed, yeah. Focal Fury's been a good dwarf for a long time, though. Good addition to the fortress. Also a legendary hammer dwarf. Has killed 14 buzzards, 9 Kias, a great horned owl, and an emu. Is a war hero as far as we're concerned. What do you like, though? You like bolts, bucklers, and enormous corkscrews. And sheep for their tendency to flock. You must be very happy here. No, he died of old age, peacefully in his sleep. Nor stat. This wasn't a depressed death. This was literally just was too old and died. So shoutouts to Slippery Nipple for being a dwarf to die of old age. That's not easy to do. He's killed more emus than the Australian army then. We kind of did get assaulted by emus at one point in this fort. It was pretty funny. Or more accurately, they assaulted my sheep, and my dwarves got into fist fights with them, which was pretty funny. I'm going to engrave an image of Slipple on the wall. Tribute report from the group of alchemy. I'm going to screenshot this for stone. Bronze mace, that's nice. They also brought us some paper. Also nice. Also, audio, thanks, man, for doing the thing on Discord for Minstrel. Fanatically obsessed with stutering? Probably. I mean, what have you been pondering, Brander? I mean, you seem to be obsessed with a lot of things, actually. I've seen you pondering excision and suturing a lot. I've played it. It's a pity that that game will never be what it could have been. Alan, one gamer. I've never actually played it, or on stream, rather. I've never streamed it. I've played it. Decent amount off stream. It's a very interesting game. That game makes me incredibly sad. Because it was something really, really cool. Then the dev took 2 years off development. Then the dev removed a lot of the features to rewrite half the code base. Rewrote half the code base. Never put a lot of the cool features back in. And then finished development on it and now isn't working on it anymore. So it's very much oh, it could have been so much more than it is. But it isn't. So it makes me very sad. Straight turkey hen's been missing for a week. Well, I mean, such is the way of things. We're throwing out a lot of good meats. Because, like, the original release of Ultima Ratio Regum was basically like a Shadow of the Colossus type thing. It was like you going out into the world and slaying, like, monolithically big creatures, right? And then they... And then the developer decided to do the history generation stuff and the world generation stuff, which he did. And these monolithic creatures were huge. Like a dragon's foot was 8 tiles. Like, it was fucking ginormous, the shit that game had in it. And he never put those giant creatures back into the game. Which is a huge bummer. So he added in all of the world and history generation stuff, and in doing so took out all the NPCs and then never put the NPCs back in. It's like, it is a fucking cool history generator that actually rivals Dwarf Fortress in some ways that it generates things. But there's no real game there. So and now he's done developing it. Like, the final patch came out and it's like, maybe he'll come off hiatus and maybe he'll decide to start developing it again at some point, but it's an incredibly cool sandbox. It's just incredibly disappointing because of what it could have been. And that makes me very sad. Why do you ask, though? About if I've heard of it or if I've played it. He straight up said he was done developing it, though, and that the next update would be the last one. So unless he changed his mind again. But that was like not that long ago. He said he was done developing it after the next update. So what's your perspective on it then? Now that you know my perspective, be curious to know yours. Should make cheese. So I keep seeing them bringing milk. Might as well make some cheese. Okay, then my statement still stands. Be like, very sad about what that game could have been. The elves have arrived to trade once more. I mean, you know, it's a perfectly good example of developers can't work on games for free forever. And some games are just too niche, I guess. And devs can only work on things for so long with no financial backing. And if you have a full-time job and dev literally just gets bored of working on the game and they're not getting paid to work on the game and they don't have a large enough player base that they need to work on the game, it's like, well... So, you know, it's one of those reasons why I wish that I had a massive audience of like 1 million subscribers that I could just chuck at a game like that, because I don't know, it'd be cool to see it go somewhere further, but never gonna happen. So no point in dreaming. Oh, the history stuff is fascinating. And the like art style of that game is gorgeous. Like, genuinely, it's beautiful. But there's just never been enough there. Like, that's a game I would like to see get open sourced. It's like, I wouldn't want to see Dwarf Fortress get open sourced, but I would like to see that game get open sourced. I hope he does something like that. Yeah, no, you should go look at the old, like, original releases of Ultima Ratio Regum. I just wish that there was more game there. I mean, I could totally do Ultima Ratio Regum as an after hour, or not an after, a late night stream. Would you guys want to watch that? Because I could totally just install one of the older versions of it. There is no game there, though. It's literally just wander around a big open world with no NPCs in it and read about history. Like, literally, that's all it is. Yeah, but the giant creatures aren't. Be like... I don't know. Maybe once that update comes out, I'll take a serious look at it again. But it's just the whole concept of that game makes me so sad. It just makes me so sad. Like, I'm trying to think of like a parallel for it. Unicorn leather shoe. Love it. Ultima Ratio Regum. Here, I'll grab you a link. think this is the most updated website. You know, just like many things, I'll believe it when I see it, right? Because he's gone back on the things that he said he was gonna do before. Like, he was talking about doing a lot of this shit years ago, and then literally just went on a 3-year hiatus from development. So it's like, I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. Because I also watched that talk, but it's like, I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, he's moved, like, around the world, like, twice for work stuff. But here, I'll show this for people who haven't seen. These are screenshots of the game. It's all about just, like, wandering around open world area. And also, like, the UX for this game is, like, incredibly approachable as far as roguelikes go, which is kind of crazy. I don't know. This is one of those games where it makes me so sad. It's like, what if? It is really fucking dope, dude. Like, but, you know. Oh my god. Look at all of Slipple's clothing. All of those dwarves running back and forth there, they're literally emptying out the mayor's old clothing. That is crazy. There's so much. The frame rate is literally speeding up as they're taking the clothing out of there. I knew he was greedy and I knew he had a lot of stuff, but Jesus. I don't know. I guess for me with Ultima Ratio Regum, the reason I've kind of just ignored it is because, like, every time I feel like I'm getting excited about something I'm hearing about him working on, he goes on hiatus again. And it's like I would totally just chuck $10 a month at him on Patreon to just take a year and just work on it. But hobbyist developers are tricky, right? You haven't played DF in a while. You can't wait for the Steam release. A lot of people can't. That's why people are watching my YouTube videos. But welcome to the stream realm of Dwarf Fort. If you want to know stuff about current status of the game, or if you have questions on what I'm doing, just shout at me and I'll give you the answers. You're a huge fan of implicit game graphics, ASCII, ANSI, ProcGen, and is a good source of this enormous untapped potential. Oh, no, totally. I'm completely there with you. Could not agree more. Genuinely. I don't feel like we've talked before, but apparently you've been following me for a bit. Like that is my shit. That's what I like, you know? It's, you know, another game that's kind of in the same realm as that is also incredibly beautiful. And I streamed it once. I think it's a very hard game to stream. I've played it a little bit since then. But this game, War Sim. This is a game that it literally just opens up a fucking terminal window. And it's all just proc-gen text. It's the whole game. It's all proc-gen text. And it generates races, worlds, descriptions. So much shit. So much shit. Looks like a MUD. It's not. It's single player. It plays like a MUD, but it's not a MUD. It's a text-based. It's almost like a text-based 4X in a way. It's a like there's so much stuff. Like they have fucking horse races. Like it's a fucking dope game that the guy is just able to add buckets of features to because it has no graphics. It's really difficult to stream, but it is really cool, you know. Like, I give the, like, even though I don't play it much, I give the developer money on Patreon just because I want to see that thing succeed. But War Sim is really cheap, so go buy it. It's like $7.99 US, $8.99 in Canada. It's worth playing on that basis alone. It's just really cheap. You're speaking my language, Alan. You're speaking my language. I was talking with a friend of mine a little while ago about games and games to stream, and he said that he didn't like to stream games that looked old, and I asked why, and he said because we have modern graphics for a reason. All I can say to that is, like, games are held back by the fact that they have graphics. You know, if we can get past the need for games to look visually pretty, or what we discern as pretty, our options become so much wider. You know, there's reasons why there's so many excellent pixel art games. It's because pixel art is cheap and easy. And a good pixel artist can pump that shit out fast. Right? And there's reasons why there's been an explosion of really good pixel art. Is because it's way easier to make games out of pixel art. God. No, I completely agree with that. Like, you know, like, I stream full-time on Twitch, right, mister? And there are the number of times I've tried to convince other streamers that Caves of Cut is a great game to stream. They just look at me like I'm insane. And I'm just like, this game's so fucking good. And they're like, but it looks like it came out in 1991. I'm like, so who cares? The soundtrack slaps. Like, I know this is always a dumb thing, but imagine if a studio with EA Games money made a game without graphics. Like, the closest thing we have to that right now is, like, Paradox games and their grand strategy games, but those still have graphics, right? Much more modern than 1991. Yes, you are correct there. I'm just extrapolating. I'm bullshitting over here. Don't mind me. As it connects with the form of the imagination, the latter does not. You have to show everything. Totally. Yeah. You just realize I'm just ranting at this point and punching my microphone apparently. So it's just frustrating. It's frustrating. While all true, most of the artists that you've worked on would rather make high fidelity stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, can you blame them? That is horrifying, Hayes. I love it. I fucking love it. That is terrible. I am afraid. But I love it. You mean this is a Unix system? I know this. There's Santa hat. Hold on. Can I give Tommy Wiseau a tiny Santa hat?
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Oh, it doesn't pop up. Okay, this is pretty good. You spent like 5 days thinking how to use it. I didn't even know they added those. So like, yeah, there's a few sound commands in this channel, but they're for patrons and high tier subs. So if you hear those are the people that help me pay my bills. And people that keep me funded. Oh, hi doggy indeed. How's your sex life? I hate that fucking movie. It's the best movie ever. You really enjoy how even Aurora 4X looks? See that's where I draw the line. I don't like the way Aurora 4X looks. It hurts my eyes, unfortunately. I mean, here's the thing, right? I love pretty games. I love I love nice looking games. RCT was Squug's old command and isn't available publicly. Patolas. Uh-oh. I never traded with the elves. Whoops. I mean, they gave me what I needed, so I don't need to worry about it too much. I'm just too distracted by you guys and chatting. Like I enjoy pretty games. I like it. I like nice looking games. This is, oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. But at the same time, there's kind of a certain amount of stomach I have for graphically impressive games or graphically pretty games. But to me, one of the prettiest games I've played in the past few years is Inside, and Inside is like a 4.5-ish hour long platformer. Like, this is one of the most visually impressive games I think I've played ever. It's perfect. It's gorgeous. There's like no points in this game where it stops looking good. Everything about this game just looks beautiful. But like, it's also a very stylistic thing that knows what it is and does that perfectly. And there's something to be said for an experience that's very well tuned and visually pretty and nice on the eyes and sets out and does a thing. Oh, poor heart. This poor dwarf is just like losing it. Norstat, you're taking others down with you, and I don't like it. How are those Ettins doing? No baby Ettins yet. I'm upset. I want baby Ettins. Well, I mean, you could play the Long Night mod for DF. We have a baby corn! We did it! Puny corn! Puny corn acquired. Baby corn. No, if you want sci-fi DF, play DF with the Long Night mod. The Long Night mod is a sci-fi Dwarf Fortress mod. So it's like post-apocalypse. Oh, shit. Zolaro is tantruming, which means... I was kind of waiting for that to happen one day. I knew it would happen eventually. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that is really fucking cool. Actually. That's awesome. So question is, which curse is it? Zoluro Estilolke, the militia captain, has been cursed by Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. So you must be a were creature now, eh? You're a vampire. Has been cursed to prowl the night in search of blood. Vampire acquired. All right. Well, you're going to be put in prison, probably. First off. Just have to be very careful and micromanage you a little bit here. Okay, well. Okay, so you're the squad leader of the bear fighters. Scrumpet can have your job. So you are no longer the squad leader of the bear fighters. But no, do not recommend RimWorld as a sci-fi version of DF because RimWorld is nothing like DF. I have like thousands of hours in DF at this point. I also have thousands of hours in RimWorld. They are completely different games. So if people want science fiction Dwarf Fortress, play the Long Night mod for Dwarf Fortress. Because that is science fiction Dwarf Fortress. All right, so what are we going to do with this dwarf? I think what we are going to do with this dwarf is this. I'm going to give you mining. You're going to go pick up a pick. I'm also going to make a new squad. Give them no armor. The rough past. You know what? That works. You can be the militia captain of that squad. Please send Dwarf to the moon. Why would I do that? No, Vampire is gonna go make his own fort. Vampire doesn't need to eat. Vampire doesn't need to sleep. No, totally. I mean, there are some fundamental ideas that give them that, like, if you understand the concepts of RimWorld, it will make the concepts of Dwarf Fortress easier, sure. I don't think that the games have anything in common outside of that. If that makes any sense. Do you have a pick equipped? It's just like, if you've played Civilization, a game like Aurora 4X is going to make a little bit more sense. Are you dumping that pick? Where are you putting the pick? What did you just go pick up? Why did you just go pick up a book? Just babysitting this vampire for a minute. My main issue with Aurora 4X isn't the UI. My main issue with the UX is the insistence on using that awful blue color. That's my issue with Aurora 4X. You claimed and are storing food. Okay. Actually. Perfect. Wait, no, that's not you. That's you. Got him. Sorry, Zalara. Well, you get to go make your own fort now. I hope that you brought a pick. Yes, you did. Perfect. A modern space colony game with retro graphics made? I mean, yeah, we don't really have any, like... Trying to think, like... I'm trying to think if there are any games kind of like that. All right, so Vampire is going to go build their own fort, by the way. That's what we're going to do. Vampire is going to live over here. So what does Vampire need to be happy? Vampire needs entertainment. And a few things. I need to make like a little airlock to be able to give Vampire things. Perhaps we can have ourselves an eternal bookkeeper. Meeple Station isn't very good. Meeple Station was very disappointing. I mean, there's games like Space Haven, but Space Haven is very much like, more like The Sims than a game with actual depth. There's Starmancer, which isn't out yet, which I backed. Also very limited, though. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. Here's the thing with Aurora, and this is actually why I like Aurora so much, even though I have a hard time playing it because of my eyes. For those of you who don't know, I'm visually impaired. My eyes don't work properly. I'm legally blind, hence the username. Gonna go prep for dinner. Go do what you gotta do, dude. I mean, I don't need to think bigger because I know what you're talking about, Alien. But I also know that, like, game development doesn't really work that way, unfortunately. But I don't really want to just dream about games that don't exist because then we'll be here all day. Not that that's a bad thing. I mean, I'll be here all day anyway, but it'll just make me sad because I'll never get to play that game, I guess. But how am I trying to word this? I mean, actually what you should do is just go play RimWorld and mod the crap out of it and play the Save Our Ship mod and start as a tribe, because that's basically what you're suggesting. But trying to think where I had a thought and you just like wiped it on my head. Anyway, the reason I like Aurora so much is because it's literally a developer who's making the game for himself and doesn't care if other people play it. That is my favorite part about Aurora, is that it's literally just a, well, why does this game exist? Because the dev wants to play it. Not because he cares if anybody else plays it. The only reason that game is available publicly is because a friend of him asked him to make it public. I respect that so much. It's such a funny story. Doesn't that speak to you in that way? I think what you want is something that is virtually unachievable, but I'm letting Vampire get very, very, very good at mining. Vampire is going to then get very, very good at stone smoothing. I mean, RimWorld is kind of trash at story generation, which is very unfortunate because it's very much a failing on the part of the developer to make a intriguing story generator, which is all he wanted to do. I don't know. There are styles of games that and ideas for games that I have in my head that I would love to see come to fruition. I don't have the skills required to be able to even go close to working on that sort of thing. You've tried for about 30 years without luck? What kinds of games have you made, out of curiosity? You know what actually would be really cool? Is if somebody made a game like War Sim that was science fiction. I'd love to see like a text-based game with like really good writing based on fantasy and science fiction. I would love to see something like that take off. I think that would be really fucking cool. There we go. That'll keep my vampire busy for a little bit. And then we'll do something similar going out the bottom. We'll let him make engraving halls. Aw. You poor bastard. Come on, hang in there. Snap out of it, Zalora. Which means this is the only dwarf that's going to outlive the whole fort. 81 years old, born in the year 40. Arrived here in the year 114. But your brain refuses to parse it? I know what you mean. I had that similar frustration when writing music. I've wrote music on and off for years. I've always had trouble finding a format of how to get ideas and tunes and thoughts and melodies from my head onto paper. But, or onto a screen or into a synthesizer or whatever. Maybe one day I'll figure out a format that works for me to be able to do that sort of thing. I love that I just have this vampire here, and it was just like, yay, we have a vampire. All right, now what do we do with it? And I'm just making this large hall of art for it. Can only use existing stuff. What's up with the miasma? What, in this little area? Some rotten meat on the ground? Because this dwarf is incapable of eating. Novi? So there's some rotten meat on the ground that they wanted to eat, but are now a vampire, so are now incapable of eating. So, haha, sucks to be you. I don't know. I think that there's like two kinds of creative minds, right? There are people that are very good at creating things and then executing on the building of the things. And then there are people that are designers, where they're really good at coming up with ideas of things, but not very good at getting those ideas, not very good at creating those ideas themselves, right? I think our brains are wired differently, and we come up with and work towards building things differently. Some people are like Jonathan Blow, where they can do all the programming, do all the art, and do all the music, and put out Braid by themselves without any real outside help, right? There are people like that. But then there are also people who are directors, right? Who are good at managing a group of people and communicating ideas to other people. Oh, it's definitely going to be a mighty vampire hall. And then there are people who are very good at coming up with ideas and then communicating those ideas to a group of people, but maybe not very good at... Also, let's make this vampire a tower. Could do like a spiral staircase going up, and we could actually like construct a tower at the top, and then you could build it from the inside out going up. Oh, we could do some cool shit with this. Totally. And I think that's just part of how our society works, right? Some people are better at that. I'm not very good at managing a group of people. Have I played The Witness? I've played and finished The Witness, yeah. I loved The Witness. Wonderful game. Absolutely wonderful game. Although he had help with that. That was him and his studio, but it was still a small group. Well, I think that there's ideas people, and then there are managers, and then there are creatives, right? So there are people that are very good at building a thing with instructions. There are people that are very good at writing the instructions. And then there are very good people that are very good at keeping people working on following the instructions, right? And you kind of need all three in order to create things. Then there are auteurs who are just like wonder people who can just do all of them. And not very many people can do that. That's a very rare talent. I'm really good at coming up with ideas. Not very good at putting those ideas onto paper very often. There's a forgotten beast in the basement fighting with stuff. Man, I really wish I had another breeding pair of giants. Generally, auteurs are not great at management. Often, yes. Yes, you are correct. And often terrible to work with. Like, I consider myself a really big fan of Jonathan Blow. I would not want to work with Jonathan Blow. You know? Like, it's just... I've seen the way that dude talks, and I've watched his streams, and... I'd be willing to bet money he is insufferable to work for. But at the same time, I respect the ever-living hell out of his work and love the stuff he's created. No amount of money would make you work with him. Yeah. I mean, even to a degree, I would be willing to bet it probably would be hard to work with Tarn Adams. You know? Like, he kind of just does things on his own pace. Like, I feel like Tarn seems like a really nice guy, and I've met him in real life and talked with him on stream a couple of times, but I don't know if I'd want to work with him on Dwarf Fortress, because I feel like he'd be the sort of person who'd be like, he'd talk about doing a thing for a bit, and then just kind of like flake off for a bit and do something else and be like, oh, right, yeah, we were supposed to be working on that thing. Oops. Like, I don't feel like Tarn would be the best at team management stuff, you know? Oh, man, we have this vampire, and I really hope we don't lose it. The humans have arrived to trade. I got so much random shit. This was all stuff that I was going to sell to the elves, but been kind of fucked up on. Oh. No, never mind. I hope that vampire comes too. I don't know, this is an interesting conversation, but I don't really know what else I can say on the subject. I guess, I don't know, I've never made a video game, right? And I don't know if I ever will. Probably never will. But if I did, I think I would end up more on the design side. The royal treasurer has arrived. You're a little late. You normally show up before the first caravan. I would definitely end up on the design front side. I don't think I could, I don't think I would be very good at the actually making stuff myself side. Like I could do testing, I could do design and balance, I could do that end of things, but I don't think my brain works in the way to be able to actually build something myself. And that's why RPG Maker exists. Go to Fiverr and pay people. Oh God, I hate Fiverr so much. I mean, like, you know, this is the difference between my lore videos and Krug Smash's videos, right? I pay my artists to draw stuff, and Krug Smash just draws stuff, you know? It isn't for everyone. I mean, there's a reason why I work in this part in the game of the games industry, right? Oh, come on, vampire, come to. You're haggard, but you're not totally overthrown by the nightmare that is your tragic life. So hopefully you come to. World is the same as ever. Our request you have of our merchants. As always, all of the wood. And they bid me farewell. I look forward to our meeting next year. Chat, I just have to show you something real quick. It's one of my teammates' emotes with the Christmas stuff. Oh, that's too good. Oh, that's so fucking good. I love it. I love it. The content creation side of development? I mean, I wouldn't say it's that anything is exact. Essentially what I do right now is I work in live stream and social media management, which is not really the same as design work, but I could see the comparison to be made. God, that's way too fucking funny. By the way, you can edit my emotes for free if you're a sub, I think. I mean, sometimes you just gotta... Somebody gift Hayes a sub so that he can just stop spending all of his channel points on that shit. Can someone do that for me so I don't have to? You don't need to supply the vampire with blood. We'll be fine. What else are you going to spend your mighty pile of points on? Making me take a day off? I haven't launched Planet Coaster in 3.5 years. So, not entirely accurate, James. And also, I'm so fucking sick of that game, I would rather set it on fire. Have you known me that long? Yeah. Any Linux gamers here? Who isn't a Linux user in this stream? Except for me. I'd say like 2/3 of my regulars are Linux people. Actually, when did I last launch Planet Coaster? Let's double check that. Oh, hey. Small update for Lost Flame just popped up. Yeah, 2.5 years. Not 3.5 years. 2.5 years. Game's trash. I played that game because it was the only thing people watched me for, not because I liked it. It's a good editor? No, it's not. But okay. Unreal Engine is more engaging. Parkitect's a good game. Parkitect's a very good game. Planet Coaster's garbage. So is Planet Zoo, but I digress. Really wish I could just give blood barrels to my vampire. No problem, Brander. There's nothing wrong with lurking. Enjoy your lurks, dude. Do what you gotta do. Isn't that like part of the joy of streams is being able to just lurk and not say anything? I hope you enjoyed the listening. The Listening sounds like the name of a movie. And I don't want to talk about any of those games, Fullspa. I don't even want to think about those games. So spare me the thought, please. So what made you decide to talk today then? If you lurk a lot. Got two dwarves there stumbling around obliviously. Daily reminder that Dwarf Fortress is in the top 10 most wish-listed games on Steam. Right behind Halo Infinite. Dwarf Fortress, Halo Infinite, right in front of Nier Replicant. Although for some reason Dying Light 2 is the most heavily wish-listed game on Steam, which is a little mind-blowing to me. I also don't know why Biomutant is so high up there. Good question. In regards to... Oh, it's a VR game. It's VR shit. This looks like a very well-polished VR game. Probably one of those games that just went viral on Twitter. Oh, wait, no, is it not VR? No, never mind, this isn't VR. Yeah, okay, so, no, this very much looks like a game that just went viral on Twitter or something. Yeah, no, just from this one GIF alone, I understand why this is so high up on there. Physics FPS? Yeah, no, definitely, this makes sense why this is so high up here. DF will not be exclusively ASCII anymore. It's not going to change the development of the game in the slightest. It's literally going to change nothing about the game. More physicsy than Quakey. Fort building aspect of Halo Infinite doesn't live up to Dwarf Fortress's fort building. I feel like I don't have any opinion on Halo Infinite because I know very little about it. How's Focal Fury doing as a mayor? Suspicious after having a mandate ignored. Did you make a mandate that I missed? Oh, you must have. Did you put anybody in prison? Oh, yeah, you did. Ara. Ara's in prison. Really? Like, you only just became mayor. God damn it. I think the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is going to do two things primarily. It's going to, well, three things primarily. It's going to bring in a rather large audience of people all at once. It's going to make Tarn and Zach Adams a lot of fucking money. And it's going to give them a future and a retirement. That's all it needs to do. As far as the game itself goes, doesn't matter if it's not exclusively ASCII because it's not changing how Tarn is working on the game at all. If you listen to the interview I did with him like back in October, he talks about this. Like it's literally not changing his work at all post the Steam release. Like the only difference is going to be they're going to need to commission sprites occasionally. Everything in DF is temporary and everything can be changed. And I am inclined to believe him when he says that it's not going to change his workflow in the slightest. And because of that, I think it'll be totally fine. I don't think it's going to have I don't think it's really going to have a major impact on the way the game is played, especially considering you can still just play classic, which will have the new UI, but yeet. The hotkeys will still be there, so really doesn't matter if it's a list of hotkeys there or some UI elements on the top of the screen. Like I'm totally fine with learning a new UI for Dwarf Fortress. If you want to play with with an old tile set, you can. And it's also another thing it's going to do is with the large influx of players from the Steam version and workshop support, it's going to shine a spotlight on the mods for Dwarf Fortress. Which is a major thing because right now all those mods are buried in forum posts, which I hate to break it to those of you who like using forums, but it's not a very easy method of finding something. Feel like you've interrupted something? I'm just in the middle of rants today. Hi, Hobo. How are you? It's good to see you. No, you haven't interrupted. How's things? How's your day been? How's your Tuesday? So like I don't think that it's really going to affect much in the grand scheme of things. I think that there will be some like stalwart OGs who will stick to this version of Dwarf Fortress for the rest of their days because they think that the new UI is horrible, and I feel kind of bad for all 7 of them. Exactly. Forums in fucking 2020, like, what? You know, like, it's to the point now where I'm getting people telling me that they just watch my YouTube videos instead of going to the Bay 12 Games website and reading the news updates. Because, like, that's just how people consume games media now. People don't go to game websites and read blog posts. They wait for the YouTuber that they like to put up their opinion piece. Like, regardless of whether people like it or not, that's just how it works. Axon, the fuck, man? I just saw your posted memes. Is that a mod or is that like legitimate options in the game? So if those are actual legitimate options in the game, I got several questions. Today's been kind of a little bit on the lurky side, Hobo, so I've just been kind of rambling all day. So when you popped in, I was like in the middle of a tangent, but it's totally fine. Pretty sure that's just character creation. There's no way in fucking hell that isn't intentional. That's funny. There's no way in hell that that isn't intentional. I need to pour more coffee. Here, I'll show it. That. I feel like it's fake. I'm pretty sure that's fake. Still really fucking funny. The more I look at it, the more I think it's fake because of how blurry the background is. I mean, I only glanced at it for a second. The Long Night, yes. Is literally just sci-fi dwarf fort. Ye old musky boy, yeah. Hey, Hobo, remember when we got to drive around in that dude's car? It was a fun afternoon. That wasn't that long ago either. It feels like it was like 10 years ago. Well, thanks for hanging around. I'm on most days of the week. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for participating in the conversations and the chit-chats. Because frankly, if you manage to find my stream, it's like you found one of the nichest streams on the site, so congrats. It's not easy to do. So Hobo, we have a new friend in the fort. Or rather, a very dumb friend in the fort. Zaloro. World Granite, the militia captain vampire. Who tantrumed and punched a statue in a temple. And is now cursed by the most popular god in the fort. Deja vu, Hayes. TLDR, me and a mutual friend of me and Hobo, set us up to drive around in a Tesla while we were in TwitchCon, and the word that the guy that the guy working there basically said was, "Yeah, you can take the boss's car, just like be back by 5 p.m. He won't be here until the day after tomorrow." So, yeah, we got to drive around Elon's car. Well, our friend drove around, we just rode around, but it was still fun. Not many to choose from? I can name most of them on, like, one hand. Well, Picture Point, Great Padinsky, Salford Cell, Cupo, RNG, Nico Live, Formal Blizzard, Blue Zest sometimes. I think he's like once a week. It's like less than 10, really. But not to be mean to the others, I'm the only one that you really see above 50 people watching. Oh, Yuzurun. Although he was very inconsistent for a bit there. And then there's the 24/7 Robit that's always there, who was gone for like 8 months, but is back now, so that's nice. That's why he's balding. I'm upset. Axon. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. He really puts everything into his work, as if he even works on those cars, my dudes. You know how we were talking earlier about how there are people who are ideas guys, and then people who manage the ideas that the ideas guys come up with, and then the people that actually make it. He's like one above the ideas guys because he's not even the ideas guy, okay? He's just a dude with buttloads of money that buys companies and makes them bigger by inflating them with his buttloads of money, and then claims that he did everything with his hands. Exactly. Good mood, James. Exactly. He's just up there smoking a pipe and taking bong rips going, "Yep, I designed that rocket myself." And I'm just sitting here going like, "No, you fucking didn't." What are you talking about? Did someone just knock on my apartment, or is someone running around upstairs? I don't think anybody just knocked on my door, but it's almost sounded like it. Today's been very productive. We have a vampire, a very depressed vampire. We have 2 baby unicorns, I think. Yeah, we have 2 baby unicorns. Two boys. Now you guys are just being weird. How is Zara doing in that prison sentence? Happier than when outside of prison. Good to know. Repentant after being confined. Satisfied after receiving food. Pleasure near a completely sublime restraint. Felt pleasure near a completely sublime restraint. Felt satisfied after receiving water. Bored after being unable to fight. Okay. I'm just like give you somebody to have a prison brawl with. Yes. Hobo. But it is a fact that he's not the one designing the rockets himself. He pays people to design the rockets. Electric car company owned by Blindy when you give me $850 billion. He's still the money guy though, Hobo. Like, he buys the right companies. Only has autopilot? I mean, no? I mean, here's the thing that I think you guys are missing with all this bullshit that you're throwing at me right now. I don't want to own a big company ever. So, so are the forts going to have any Christmas celebrations? This fort? No, I'm going to make a different fort for Christmas. I'm going to do a holiday-themed fort. I was going to start it tomorrow, but might wait until the weekend, like Sunday. I mean, Hobo, think about it this way, right? You have a degree in culinary arts, right? You work in a restaurant. How much time do you spend cooking and designing recipes on the day-to-day? We got 2 dwarves running around obliviously. Sweet Sparkle Farts and Heart. I don't want to lose either of those dwarves, but I think I'm going to lose both of them. About 25%-ish? Okay. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Which is why I kind of roll my eyes when people say, oh, it's... When people meme about how Elon designed everything himself, because he didn't. He has a lot of help. He's the money guy. He owns all the companies, and he's very busy going from place to place to place. The vast majority of the work is being done by other people that should get the credit. That's all I'm saying. Maybe a blood tree with goblin parts in the snow? I was thinking about just giving away a lot of toys to people. Being Santa up in the north. I don't know. I'll figure it out. It'll definitely be more violent than my normal forts. I don't find combat to be particularly interesting in Dwarf Fortress. It would be more ironic to make a blood tree out of elf parts, though. Because Santa's elves. I had much higher opinions of Elon until this year. He's put his foot in his mouth a number of times this year in a way that made me kind of squint at him. A little bit. I could totally give away toys made of goblinite. I can't actually craft things out of corpses, but... 2 annual tributes, one from Besti Pime and Nulan Abo. What if I'm actually going to need to scroll? Why not an elf tree out of tree parts? So just build a wooden treehouse? What? I don't get it. Isn't that literally just a tree house? Like a wooden house in a tree? I don't know if you realize this, Alan, but those smileys are absurdly, obnoxiously annoying. Just to be completely clear. So use them sparingly. Because they get very old very quickly. I once had an elf in my fortress that I made a woodcutter and made him make statues out of wood. I felt kind of bad. He was very happy though. Was very satisfied at work. Considering he hated nature and wanted to see the world burned and turned into a great mining pit. He was raised in a dwarven fort. I can't believe we're actually breeding unicorns finally. Oh, you're trying to fucking attend the meeting. I guess I have to let you out, eh? Let's just micromanage this. Come on, vampire. Ah, I just fucked up. Welp. Sorry, Petra. How can I wake you up? There's nothing I can do, I don't think. Yep. Should have locked the door. Why did you have to kill one of my favorite dwarves? I'm sad. Sorry, Peter. Oh well. What's your mandate? Make bolts? I like that there's like literally no response in chat. Hey, Sui gave birth to a girl. Which means we can bring a new dwarf into the fort. All right, vampire. I need you. To go here. Let's just go spot that. I mean, chat's just doing what chat's been doing all day, which is shutting off for like 15 minutes at a time. Oh, come on. I don't know. One of the most notable, well-known dwarves in the fort just died, and no one cares. But that's fine. That's okay. Nothing, Mika. How are you? What's up, Seth? How's the fort? We have a vampire who I'm waiting to go hide in his room. Nah, it's fine. No one needs to say rip audio. That's totally fine. We don't need instant reactions. No. There we go. They finally figured it out. Let's just forbid that for a second. Go get your pick. To the long term of the fort? Not really. More just a potential massive annoyance. There we go. But also like a possible thing to keep the fort alive for a long period of time. So it's kind of a weird mixed bag. All right, Mary, are you happy? There you go. Made you your bolts. Anyway, how you doing, Miko? I thought I already did this. What? They never eat the new peasants? That's not totally true. That is not totally true. They will eat whoever's sleeping, whoever's closest. I wouldn't say it's necessarily expensive tastes. I mean, we know who murdered Petra. We know exactly who did it. Yeah, I'm really sad, Peter. Well, I mean, in most forts, most dwarves are relatively important. Whoa! Calm down there, Sparkle Farts. Dude. Well, there goes hot cup of tea. Alrighty, well, I should have accused Sparkle Farts of the murder. After that. I really hope somebody's going to go report that crime. Otherwise, I'm just going to expel you. I don't care. Although, actually, hold up. Wait, what day is it? It's the 1st of autumn. Man, you just killed 2 dwarves. That's not good. If nobody reports that crime, I'm gonna boot this dwarf out of the fort. Straight up, you need to leave. Oh, I know why. They don't have a captain of the guard assigned. I'm gonna give it to Eternal. You're a good dwarf. You've been here for a long time. Please tell me that I've got people that can report that crime. Because you need to be booted out of the fort, damn it. Do you just get away with that? I might need to just expel this dwarf. Yeah, looks like we're just gonna need to expel him. Send you to Veiled Clasp. Just get out of the fort. Go away, dwarf. All right, guys. Well, what year are we on? Almost into year 122. I need my sandwich, and we're almost 6 hours into the stream. And we're pretty lurky. So what I think we're gonna do, or we're picking back up now. I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna save the game. I'm gonna go grab my sandwich, and then we're gonna check in with Rift Wizard. See how that game's doing. It's been a while. Be back in a minute.